I'm gonna be dead ass. I zoned out for a second and I forgot to turn on the rest of the stream. I did zone out for a moment. Oh no, what happened to me? Oh, that's what happened to me. I did zone out for a moment and I forgot, but now I'm back in and I remember where I am. Very good. Sometimes it's a struggle. You know what I mean? It'll be real now, because the night it is showtime. In the middle of the street light, we celebrate good times. It is showtime. Life is like an under, you feel that. Sorry, let me close Twitter so I stop scrolling through and getting distracted. How are you guys? How are y'all? It's not cold for once. I mean, it's not hot for once, but that means it's cold. So I need to put on my jacket. I need to put on my little jacket. Ugh. Ugh. Tired but doing good. Hang in there, brosif. It's Friday. Or I guess you're in Europe, so it's not Friday. It's the day after Friday, but whatever. For our purposes, it's Friday for you. Wow. Sleepy but excited? Very true. It's Friday in California. Well, I live near California, so that makes sense. I don't really have much to talk about today. Like today, I not much has happened. I'm not gonna lie. I have not been very busy today. I took a nap, which is part of the reason why I'm slow as fuck right now. But but besides that, tired, procrastinating stuff. I feel you, bro. I feel ya. I feel ya. I'm glad to take even a momentary break from drawing because goodness gracious, it's all I've been doing for the past couple of weeks. It's all I've been doing for the past couple of weeks. It's just wake up, draw, go to bed. Wake up, draw, go to bed. Got home from work, time for my bi-weekly weekend off. Gonna veg out. I love that. I cannot wait for you to veg out. Congratulations. In kerosene, business with me, just to keep us warm, to lead. Whoa, 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 whoa. Goodness. Find a match to lead me. I keep my jealousy lost, 'cause it's all mine. I've been at the top of my game. I haven't felt like I'm at the top of my game. I feel like I've been kind of teetering off the edge. Not in a good way. You know, I've been feeling kind of like shit lately, but I always do. So like, what is new, right? That alien one for art fight was so nice. I love the shading. Oh, right. With the they had like short hair. No, I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, that one came out really nice. The anatomy came out really nice. Sniffles. I got the sniffles. I've got a sniffles, mate. I've got a sniffles. Got a sniffles. Been a business with me. Keep us warm. Me. All I did today, honestly, was lowball people on Depop and Facebook Marketplace. It is my favorite activity. I know that you're selling this for $30, but what if you sold it for $10? It's like, I know that, like, I don't know if people think like it's disrespectful or something. My mom told me once that she offered like slightly lower, like $5 less than the asking price on Facebook Marketplace, and one person told her she was a waste of air. And I'm like, what the hell? Because I I get like terrible with it. I'm like, I know that you're asking for this for like $10, but what if you gave it to me for $2, perhaps? What if you gave me these original 90s Air Jordans for half a cent and a hand job? Like, all I do is lowball people on those things, and sometimes it works. Sometimes you get what you paid for, though. Got to flip the script on them and put yourself in the power position. Exactly. And an HJ, yeah, literally, it's priceless from me. Priceless. Oh, by the way, I got Joel's plushie, the blockhead. I have it sitting up on my shelf right now. It's sitting next to Midas right now because I haven't organized any of my stuff. What do you mean it's not free? Fuck you. Exactly. I'm saying. And you can find some good fucking shit on there, man. Ants on my desk. Why ants on my desk? Go away. Off desk. Get off desk. No more. We need to bring back bartering for goods and services. Literally. There's this one, like, I don't know if it's a TikTok or a Vine. That's how old it is. Or a Musical.ly. But it was like this lady who was, she was speaking in I don't want to say broken English because she obviously was speaking English, and it was just like you know, sometimes when I speak like an idiot, kind of like that, where she's like, pig I get in hand, I get it in my hand, I know it's a pig, I see it, it's real. It's true. If you set the price as free, no one will take it. But if you give it a price, people will damn near steal it. True. Now I know what you're thinking. Atlas, you're a moderately successful VTuber with ants on her desk. I am not a moderately successful VTuber. I am just a VTuber. I am just a guy. I'm just a dude. I'm not moderately successful. I'm clinging to any sense of relevancy, much like everybody else. Mm. One of the best guys. Nah. We're all just guys trying to survive. I agree. Oh, good. Thought I was following a woman for his moment there. No, don't worry. Bit pessimistic. I'm constantly pessimistic. I'm very sold on this game's premise. Yeah, it's like yum 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 yum. It's like you're a lawyer, big if true, of the devil. You better get ready to die. You better get ready to kill. You better get ready to run, 'cause here we go. Yeah, it's a episodic cyberpunk murder mystery game, which is fun. And I think that you also gamble, which is great. It's got gay women, it's got boobs, it's got gambling. So basically, Cyberpunk, hey, Ace Attorney. It's true. I'm Pussy Mystic. Thank you, Skull. You're so true. I'm popping in here because the devs retweeted you saying that you'd be playing this today, and I'm dying for fresh reacts to this game. Yes, I've never played this before. I also never fucking, like, I didn't really look at any of the descriptions or anything. I like the art style. I'm a big fan of the art style, personally. John Dev, Notice Atlas. Yeah, they retweeted me. Finally, a second gay Ace Attorney game. There are 3 Ace Attorney games. I've never heard of it. I want to say that I've heard of it, but I don't think I have. The art style is really familiar though, so I don't know. Maybe it's that. Non-zero chance of us being attacked by John developer midstream. I mean, based. Based. You really are in for a treat just with the free demo episode. Okay, so I bought it. Does the demo episode come with it when you buy it? Because I bought it. I paid money. I put money in that shit. I put money in that shit. Demo episode is free. Yeah, but is it included? A heart is on my sleeve. Wear it like a bruise or a black. Find my weakness. I mean, the demo isn't available for me to like pick up anymore. So I think like if I press, it says free to play, and if I press play game, it just starts the game. So I think I'm good. I went through to avoid you. For attention, fails to mention I still hate you. There's a light on in Chicago, and I know I should be home. Is the demo within episode 1, or is it not part of the full game? I'm pretty sure it's part of the full game. Dean, get out. Hi, Dean. How are you? I'm your breath. Heads. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Can't believe you would do this to me. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to mention I still hate you. The demo is in the game as episode 0. Slay. I'm telling the Roach, fucking whatever. She probably would approve of it. She probably think I'm based. Oh, my tweezers! My tweezers! You might hold your breath. Love it when demos have separate content, but it's not usually feasible to make all new stuff. I mean, yeah, for a small developer. Okay. Since we have started to do streams slightly later than usual, I'm gonna roll out this fucking game because I want to make sure that we can beat as much as possible. Again. Shut up. Quiet now. Damn. Yeah, I opened this earlier so I could. The main screen looks so fucking cool, dude. Yuri is fictional. Yuri is real with all of those, with eyes and hearts to believe. Hold on. Perfect. Alrighty. There you go. I like this design. I like the design of this lady. I like the design of this lady very much. She's very hot. Alright. Episode 0. She does kind of look like Makima, it's true. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine is going to die in jail. Morgan. Criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. On what? Online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce, God. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world when, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do, or not that there's much else I can do until my phone. My public defender contract has been approved. Is this also a character? You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took this job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. That's my phone. Episode 0. And he shall appear. Ooh. No, enable tutorials. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm too distracted by Morgan's breasts. Whoa. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rate be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, then they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet-ass time getting me checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Press escape or click the phone icon in the top left to access the pause menu where you can say hello to check settings. You can toggle on auto text advance with the A key or check reread or check reread previous lines with the L key. Use mouse to look around for points of interest that you can click on or press space to find them automatically. Excuse me. Sorry, Morgan had a burger on the way here. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. A data pad. I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight onto the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Subway fixes axed. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway's tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subway last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the canopy's major backers in the city hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news has been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Are already considered by many to be a rising star in the infrastructure solutions abroad, the tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Jesus. The one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea levels to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time. For reasons we do not fully understand, are we to... Hello? It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading stories that matter. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. I was thinking the exact same thing. I read out aesthetical and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its effort on the canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe that they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation and blah, 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 poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishings, multiple screening stations, pragmatic brutalism so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. I can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars from a fight won so long ago that they're starting to get bored. I accidentally pressed enter too quickly. What did she say? It's starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Fuck, what should I give her? What voice should I give her? Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call the intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their text so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Scan my card? Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. Where's my profile? Ah. December 26th! Her birthday's like a month after mine, almost. A little bit less. My birthday is December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm so sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. It doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story and choices that represent side topics will react differently to your mouse. You can also use keys 1 to 5 on your keyboard to choose dialogue choices from the top to bottom. Because of what you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build your knowledge up and get the most out of every conversation. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a fucking police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience that you may have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? I'm a smart user interface proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. Shrink a little. Oh, okay. There we go. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on a break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. We're playing Of the Devil. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No, voices coming from down the hall. Compared to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. For a bit, I try to be serious, while the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. At this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't going to say that. So how many of these sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around in these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? Okay, which one is the tired one? I guess this one's the tired one because he's got like gray hair. I am Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Quasem London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case, and it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Sorry. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've whoops. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. He never struck me as more than just some old timer. What do you mean, some old timer? This is a man like in his 30s at the oldest. He just has white hair. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working on this hour? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we were the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No. I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass the shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK. Never heard of him. I've heard enough about him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend, their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy, to vigilantism. Jesus. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't fucking stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's, repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tripped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart, body left to lie where it falls. Excuse me. Morgan just fucking burps in the middle of this conversation. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. How do you... what? Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? It's a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds robotic. Almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There is no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching around the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? Pfft, I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk? For open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files and the arcs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. It's not like we're going to be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Ugh. Okay, this is what we already read. Rice, limes, automotive history, liars, small plates, cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews, bad at games of chance, right eye, Osiris Elite, 86. May 5th, 108 centimeters, 78 kg. Homicide detective, photography, dive bars, bangs, ties, pollen, after hours work messages, podcast, pencil sketching, running late. I feel like, not this one. I feel like this guy has like, this guy's raising death flags for me. I don't know why. I think that he's gonna die. Oh, that's cool. Likes killing, dislikes getting caught, favorite color probably red, zodiac sign probably not into astrology, rewards suspended due to influx of false reports. Augmented reality crime scene, abbreviated as ARCS, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn in first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations. Okay, so I see. Okay, so basically, this will reconstruct a crime scene. An automated dependent is a catch-all term for encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. Okay. Conductive resin, though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually used as an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or other portable devices where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. So I guess what my phone is made out of. The lightweight portable electronic devices known as data pads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Originally marketed as a replacement for the ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, data pads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime's components expired. So we still have Apple products in the future. That's good. Holograms, enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin. Holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face range of at least 180 degrees, an effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Oh boy. Okay. Watterson. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. Is she so new that she hasn't had time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. Batterson. You shouldn't have cleaned up just so much for little old me, Detective London. Somebody really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. I agree, Morgan. I agree. Some things are better on paper. Loose wires, missing panels, and an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes that their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, what with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Oh, and least popular. Okay. Latest Noble androids receive warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. Organic components. What are they putting in these fucking robots, dude? Organic components. I don't like that. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. Oh, I feel okay. So here's my thinking. Here's my thinking. The killer, whoever it is ultimately, is going to be a robot who was told to kill somebody else. There's going to be two killers, technically. There's going to be a robot that actually had to do it, and then the person that told him to do it. And maybe the robot is one of these warm androids because that makes them feel more human. I don't know. I'm just talking to the wind here. So-called warm androids, I already read that. And while some critics voice concerns with that fringe religious or traditionalist group might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds fear that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above their factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records, with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. I thought it was an I for a moment there. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees. Dees nuts? On stage at their latest #Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey, fam. Looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we could help keep you reading? Why are you calling me fam? Okay, so surging sales of the Animate 16, the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components, impractical due to increased maintenance costs, alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors. Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records. Work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Noble Industry Weekend. Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not when the state's involved. To know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... Oh, fuck. What did it say? Too frail? All androids undergo wear and tear. Yes, it was too frail because they're costly, I guess? I guess both of those could have been true, but they're warm android. Warm androids are being defined here as an android that is made with biological components. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences, so the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. It's case sensitive. All right, if I project from my phone... Ooh. Whoa. Cool. Dude, this game would go so hard in VR. All right. Let's see what the police have. Let's see what the police have and what they think is important. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point, and yet there's not a scratch on it. It must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. Okay, to me that means that somebody laid it down to make it look like there was a struggle. Because this is broken, but this isn't. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Prejudicial, fuck. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class IV blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Okay. So maybe she was running and knocked this over? A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come detached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. Okay, so I guess she got shot from the thing that we saw earlier. The bullet... She fell. The bullet passed through her entirely and hit the mirror, which caused it to fall over and spill glass on her as well. She was already dead before she hit the ground. So I feel like this was there was no sign of forced entry, but there's still things that were like tossed around, and this is laid down but isn't broken, and then there's ceramic pieces over there. But did I miss anything? The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjustment, NSAIDs, and tripexasone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication, taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her talk screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Well, then she was doing something mundane. Like she was just taking her medication and somebody walked in. She was taking her medication and somebody just walked in. Like maybe she was here. This was her fucking. She got all her limbs. Yeah, and it says for phantom pain, but she has all of her. Like we can see that she has all of her legs, and arms. No out of place DNA, footprints, crumbs, nothing that points towards anyone except my client. What is crumbs? Internet of Things refers to the network data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Okay. Okay, it didn't say what crumbs are. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. Oh, it does say what crumbs are if you scroll down. Okay, hold on. Crumbs like cookies. I'm scrolling down, it's not showing me. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Oh, IoT and then scroll. Okay. Go back. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allowed for paperless identification and payment and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry. Crumbs are enabled by default. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't want that enabled by default. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. No unexpected DNA presence. No unexpected crumbs present. No unexpected fingerprints present. No evidence of digital tampering. She was shot from the doorway, but there was like a mess, and there was no sign of forced entry. That's a staged. That has to be a staged crime scene. There has to be something staged about it. That doesn't make any sense to me. A common brand of pill organizer found in the victim's grasp contains a number of prescription and over-the-counter medications, including immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and tripexazone. Fuck! Prescribed to reduce moderate to severe discomfort arising from mod sensitivity complications. The case's clasps are surprisingly difficult to open. Fuck me, man. This is so far from the horse game, and I am so thankful for it. I like the horse game, but I feel like people get tired of seeing the same things over and over again. Let's solve a murder, chat. Let's solve a murder. Ceramic debris of indeterminate origin found at the crime scene, found on the far side of the room by the western window. Technicians note, flag as irrelevant on next pass. Why though? I feel like that's pretty fucking important, because what is it? Pieces of glass from a broken standing mirror found at the crime scene. Said mirror was a low-tech furnishing with no digital components to pull data from. Hit with enough force to shatter shards of glass onto the victim's body. Time of death, 9 p.m. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class IV, blood loss. Single bullet pierced the subject's sternum, left atrium, and aorta. Death was instantaneous. I mean, the guy who shot her is clearly, obviously a robot. Like, there is no way that somebody is able to do this 6 times and, like, perfectly every fucking time. That, or they have some kind of modification to, like, their eyes or something. I don't know. I honestly feel like it was a warm android. There's some handwriting at the bottom of the scanned document. Same handiwork as previous 5 lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Hi, Alex. A 6-chambered 10mm revolver, well maintained but old, has Flat's left hand fingerprints on it. An unremarkable ceramic vase found knocked over at the crime scene. Weighty and sturdy, it remains featureless even after being tossed. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get to start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Red. What, couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Nah, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What'd they do? Make me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps, even though I said I had a stomachache. Said? Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh, wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't not gonna get a copy of my mugshot. Stop using your fucking mugshot as a reaction image to everything. And use it as a... No! Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid things kids your age talk about? Teens my age? And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines, like... Old-fashioned murder is like Hardy B is like quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job? You see the 98% conviction rates as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause, pro nose work. It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the carpe diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit. I like her. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. By the way, couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there would be at least a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm. Ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Guess we should be expecting those any day now. Maybe android lawyers, too. Get some android politicians in and we'd have the full set. Get real. People might like ads who do what they're told, but they despise ads who tell them what to do. I'm not so sure. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make more sense to let machines do the investigating too. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Baker Flatt, was arrested on the scene. I'm using the wrong voice. Was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already? They really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, Miss Diane Dawn. First degree? That's increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think that this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So, you think what, exactly? That Carlos Flatt wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits. Then you put the shoe on the... What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He's probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there had been signs of hesitation. Nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. What is going on with Morgan? I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. Shut up, Flames. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. This doesn't look like Goo Goo Babies. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Oh my god, she took off her eye patch. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered, but things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrived on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood, at which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular? Your client's modded, cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HOW 85 habilis. Industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on it each time. And here I thought he just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. They're arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? Wait, she was holding pills that were supposed to deal with phantom pain. Did she take his medicine from him? Victim Diane Dawn was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Parigi Laboratories. Found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous HK victims. The coat that the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve matches that of the victim. Huh. The law enforcement process of locating by passing authentication on and investigating all of a deceased individual's online profiles, commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. Digital autopsy. Okay. Let's go back to this. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver, and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54. More specifically, a Calver M54. 6-chambered, 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin. And no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp, trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner to biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he'd gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. That sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's going to put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig, but with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks. Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically, with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost some points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all sorts of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job at keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobats trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK has managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rate at all-time highs. But you're gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Ugh. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates what we starve the media for: case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lit, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were actually caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we would have let him You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance system signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional, localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You'd need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times in locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing that they have, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even though it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should... no, that's him. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that. No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flushed with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. I like her. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? Oh, how chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if ever there was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person. It's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. No, he's hot. It's depressing as hell in here. She's hot. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night. What do you... Look, I already told you people, I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there and here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed... Acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? Here's my thing. He has an arm missing, right? He has a robotic arm. To me, that means that his dominant arm would be... He's hot and confirmed single. Oh boy. To me, that means that his dominant arm would be his robotic arm, because it is the stronger one. But it said that the gun, the fingerprints on the gun, that his fingerprints were on the gun. So he shot her with his left hand? I don't know. I guess I need to know more about him before I'm able to really figure that part out, but I don't know. That feels weird for me. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be. He's kind of smoldering. He's kind of serving my OC, I'm not gonna lie. He's kind of serving Avery Wyatt a little bit. I kind of love him. As I thought, the police must be convinced that he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. Yeah, I mean, like, duh. It wouldn't have to be aesthetic, would it? The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks, or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades that they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off of his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I started at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, test the water. Never thought about lopping my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit-canned. Now me and every other modder is royally fucking screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed, but I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I work the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know. He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be under a lot of pressure. Now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight, and this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is going to come knocking if they may misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah, and no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. It's interesting whenever she's talking internally, her eyes go all black. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way that you're thinking. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Never thought that this would go on for so long that I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said, an easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands, and when you're on the job site, drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say that my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. You couldn't just buy or rent a replacement yourself in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi. How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habulous models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. Hello, thank you for the follow, Enyo. I hope that you guys are having fun, by the way. I know that this is mostly just me reading text and dialogue, But I feel like sometimes people enjoy that just because you can put me in another tab or your second screen and just vibe. I feel like it's nice. I feel like we're having fun. I feel like we're having fun. I feel like we're having a good time. And I'd never work in this city ever again. If this was the last quarter, maybe I could work something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a deadweight, three-jointed landfill bait piece of shit! Sorry. It's just, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So were you wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to saying past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Perigee Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Excuse me. No corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as a big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough? I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she'd... Look, no one I know could have done this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would have deserved what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. All right, Miss, Morgan. I'll try. Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I hadn't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah. Walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. I kind of stormed off, didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine. I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry, I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cams probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning that you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right? Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. I didn't know what it was. But it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't... You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street-facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize... I never thought that she was... The lights were off, but the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or... There was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was still warm. And I saw... a gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive, and none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, because it's not registered to anybody because of your prints. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight? What physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means that they also assumed that the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered. So, right, it's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay, let me see it. Take your time. Her code switching is so U-coded. All right. I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. All right. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was, but, well, the mirror was upright, of course, and the clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something is out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. I think your drawing was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Oh, poor guy. It's no luck in anything that he does ever. Did the perp look like this stick figure? Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. I say things that I don't mean to. So this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them? That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale. But they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental, I hardly know what I'm swinging at half the time. I got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless... Okay. Let's say he did break her frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the Heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them off, I feel so. Wait, that's the ceramic thingies that were in the... That was what was there. That was the this. That was this thing. Oh my god, his birthday was very recent. How tall is this guy? Fave flower, poppy, student debt, sizable, luck, poor. No shit, dude. All right, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. No, Morgan, put it together. That's what it was. Now I'm going to call the police back in here and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge, a guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything. Does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's going to be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory. As quickly and definitively as possible. I'm taller than most people and he's taller than me. He's 6'2". Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right, I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh, well then, no to that too. I actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best as we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy? What's up? You know there's a saying about gamblers with strategies? Yo! Ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair since they're the ones that end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back, because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right! What she said. You got Morgan's inflections down pat. Oh, thank you. I like voice acting. It's fun. I have fun. I'm still trying to find the voice that I'm giving her, but I don't want to put on a voice too much because then I'll forget. Oh, the ad is about to start in like 2 seconds. Watch out, everybody. Ad is starting soon. Hold on. I'm gonna stretch. also gonna drink some water. Some water. I've got to drink some water. I've got to drink some water. What about some water? This is very interesting so far. I'm having a lot of fun. Let them eat cake, she says, just like Marie Antoinette. Do 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 do. I'm gonna take a second while the ad plays. Okay. I have not been able to determine what exactly I am. I have not been able to determine what exactly. Oh my god, my brain's not working. If you're a sub, spam the sub only ad emote. I agree. You should do that. I'm having fun though. This is really fun. This is a really interesting game, and I really like the style. It's beautiful, beautiful. Ah, and now I'm out of Monster. Fuck. That you couldn't care less. She's a killer queen. I have the secret special 2DA emote too. That she couldn't care less. Prestigious and precise. She's a killer queen. Dynamite with a laser beam. Guaranteed to blow your mind. Fuck. But yeah, I hope that you guys are having a good time. Hope that you guys are having a good time. I'm enjoying my time. I'm enjoying my time right now. I'm enjoying it. It's a fun game so far. I like it when a game lets me think. I don't get to think very often. I don't get to show people that I have a brain rattling around in this head of mine. Most of the time they think it's just empty hot air. But fret not. I actually have thoughts sometimes. It's true. The allegations are correct. Oof. It sucks a little bit because sometimes I don't like when I do story games like this, people aren't very interested. I feel like my average only stays up when I'm like drawing or something, but I don't know. It's fun. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. Dude, it's fucking freezing. When was the last time we saw voice actless? It was in Super Quest, I think. It was in Super Quest. Alright. Ad is over. Let's go back. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. Fahrenheit, thanks for the follow. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession, let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment, with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for... analyze the facts as they're laid out, and then thumb through the responses in your hand. Drag and drop the card that best answers the argument into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. He wrote a confession. Yeah, this shit. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that exact same question. Ah ha ha! I won my first hand! Let's go! What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right? Pure non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is that possible? The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? Why does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note, and we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple. Shrimple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No. Those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Right, because he mentioned, no, not the revolver. He mentioned this. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your fingers will show exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed because even its sheep arm's got an operating system that had logged the last time it was worn, right? Right? See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report that said the rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service? Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Oh my god, she collects them too, doesn't she? Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss, but so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing, and I need to get used to using my left anyway. Okay. I just thought it would be good practice. Taking that into account, along the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you're gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? Oh, wow, that's cool. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah? Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now, without hard evidence... Fuck. I can't prove a third party. Or can I? Could I prove a third party because he unlocked the door? He had the door unlocked. An unlocked door isn't proof, that's true. Fuck. An unlocked door isn't proof. I don't have proof of a third party. It depends what this game thinks is... It depends what this game thinks is proof. Who owned the gun? We don't know. It's unregistered. It had his fingerprints on it because he didn't know he didn't know if it was a gun or not. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm quite confident that my client isn't guilty, so there must have been a third individual at some point. That's cute. Only problem is, the ARCS shows plain as day that there's no evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. Shit. Fuck. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey, but not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. In here, I thought the room smelled like... Morgan! What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood, I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people are in prison. People with bad luck or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? All right, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? Hot sauce? Hot trash? No, that would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey, sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we knew died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. The coat the suspect was wearing when he took into custody back from an analysis. Blood on the sleeve matches that of the victim with 99.989% certainty. Yeah, there's no gunfire residue. Would that be smell, touch, or sight? Oops. I'm gonna say smell? Doesn't smell like gunpowder. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Whatever. That just means he washed it off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these, details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. This happened to me once. I do drugs for fun. No way this happened to you once. That's crazy, dude. I'm glad that you got out of that. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? I'm not? Uh-oh. Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. I don't think that she's bluffing. I'm not sure I'd follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was. But this isn't from optics. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. How did I lose credit for that? Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay. The quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in this whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on... I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I've envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit, blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed that it looks like it's from another fucking century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image, and there's no way in hell you could get this past the judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't, but I think I know a DA that could. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo... What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And what do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client? You think? We've established that he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot with his left. Wait, can I see the picture again? But he has an arm there. Like, I mean, maybe it's not. I don't know. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get to where you were going, you somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent, that photo is real, if both are true, and that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where, why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces the south, so there's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. Sorry, I had to burp. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. Was there a mirror in the room? Yeah, there was. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see that? It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. I like how you're thinking. Are you thinking that it was a reflection in the mirror? Because the mirror would still be put together at this point in time. The clock? What about the clock? That would be 9, yeah. So the clock is on this door. It's 9. This is 9. Shows the northern window facing the southern hallway. Northern window. Facing the southern hallway. So he stood here. The western window facing the eastern wall. So here. So the picture would have had to have been taken from over here to be accurate. The picture would have been taken from over here to be accurate, so it was a reflection. He's using his other hand. He wasn't he isn't left-handed. He's right-handed. He was using his right hand, but because it was a picture taken from the mirror. I think. Whatever. I'm gonna try that. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And? And altogether, this tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider I think. The mirror was upright. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock. What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Uh-oh. Why is the time of death wrong? Time of death is 9 p.m. If it's mirrored, then the time of death would be wrong. So this is a picture of the mirror. This is a picture of the mirror, which means that the time of death is wrong. Because if that's... Wait, where did it go? Because if this is actually his left hand, like if we flipped it... Hold on. No. I flipped myself. Hold on. If we flipped it, it's actually 3. Magnificent Jinx, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're playing Of the Devil. We're solving crimes and shit. Yeah, it is wrong. The time of death is wrong. This is how it's actually supposed to be. This is how it would have looked if it was correct, like non-mirrored. Raise the stakes? If we were to raise, then it says that the time of death is correct. We have to stay. The time of death is wrong. Bido da boko. Bido da boko. Thanks for the raid. So the time of death is wrong. Like that's not... It's not correct. That is not correct. I hope that you guys had a lovely stream. What were you up to? No, the time of death is wrong. The time of death wait. But he said that he left when it was dark. They were playing guilty as a sock. I've never heard of that before, but that's very slay. Hell yeah. He left in the evening to walk and came back hours later. What are you guys up to? We're trying to solve a murder. Okay, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay because I think that the time of death is wrong. Wait, no. That clock reads 9 p.m. Same as the autopsy in the neighbors' reports. I didn't lose anything by keeping my mouth shut while London's train of thought ran its course, but I could have gained my momentum by beating him to the punch. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. So the clock is good, but the criminal is reflected? I don't know. The important thing is if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western... Oh, the whole picture isn't of the mirror. Wait. How does that work? Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall? The white is the mirror? It's not a doorway, it's the mirror reflecting the doorway. Wait. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Okay, so... So the way that it works is that before he left, I'm drawing it on my own thing now because I need to like visualize this. The way that it was is that the clock was on this wall. The mirror was upright, so it was leaned against the corner. The chair was knocked over. There's this right here. So he's not standing in a doorway. Is Morgan's Mona Lisa not enough for you? No, I can't wrap my head around this. I can't. I'm like trying to figure out how exactly this works. So the mirror is next to the clock. So the clock is in the right place. It was at 9 p.m. The clock is in the right place. So okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Fuck. It's not letting me take a picture. Okay, so... And then it says that the clock... The statement says that the mirror was upright, the clock was on the wall. So that would be this wall. It would be... The clock would be on this wall here, I think. Because the mirror was upright here. Okay, so it would go like this. It would be that here? because it was taken from this window, because you can see the slats. And so it would be, you're taking a picture from here, and the killer is here, and the victim is here, holding the gun. And what is reflected is this. And the clock is also on the wall. That's not the door? Where's the door? Killer is in the bottom right. Oh. Like here. Okay, sorry. So it was... The victim is over here. Sorry, I don't know why I thought this was a door. The victim is here. The killer is right here. And holding the gun. The person from across the street, the picture over here, is taking a picture of the mirror and the person aiming it. And then there is a dividing line here that is the actual thing. So they're taking it from here, and they're taking a picture of all of this. But generally, it's like bam, bam. I think. The photo shows the clock on the left of the mirror, but the red rectangle is the mirror. The clock seems to be on the right. Maybe. The mirror could be further away from the wall and the clock closer to the corner. Yeah, because it could be like the mirror could be up here instead. No, but then it wouldn't be able to hit the angle there. Fuck! Fuck! Well, whatever. I'm gonna run with this train of thought. Maybe the game will explain it. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting. You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body, and not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, then that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated? Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems like there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in the photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't! The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and we know that until the room was tossed, the clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit? That's impossible! The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation, you're right about the prints, and this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? what we're seeing is those things. Wait, what? There we go. What is that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. A mirror that at the time of the shooting stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proved that my client couldn't have possibly committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing to something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. You'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'll still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrive. The SOP at the scene of the violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, any objections? Detective? God damn it! I win. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me. In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta go call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. Now we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork that we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what I... Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer, it's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. What? 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 You're kidding me! No! Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss, but the blood's always different. A flowering stain, unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular, universal meaning, vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Oh my god! Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now, may as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. You hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use it as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? Use the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. That's crazy! Cramped place is usually full of trash, but this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there's broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn. Tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was also stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All these threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting, and all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight. Thick, energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always comfortable. It's always most comfortable right after. Hey, there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that, but I know that I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Jesus Christ. So she's the fucking killer. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh my god. No wonder that one person was saying, "Oh man, I'm so excited to see live fresh reactions to this game." Holy shit. Sorry. Using my left is still... That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here. And here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with a case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there, like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. Where did you find that? The pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway. Aww. She seems like the type that would watch a YouTube video on the HK's crimes and just be pissy the whole time. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever... Found you. District Attorney Rockford. Sorry. Can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Ugh. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings? That's my case. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial. Preparation for the trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up, but that's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat? A serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks? She's not using his middle name. He was found with a murder weapon, but I can answer that any number of ways. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it. No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry, you probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why, when 99 times out of 100, the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Fuck. Haute couture. Eggs Benedict. But hold on. Hey there, it looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until the authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Fucking goddamn it. She fits the... She's got brown hair and brown eyes. She fit... The Heartbreak Killer is targeting people that look like her. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. Well, at least this Heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I've found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. Is she so pissed at her rival that she's killing random women who vaguely look like her? What do we think about this voice for Emma, by the way? I wasn't gonna give her this because I see her in the promo material, and I thought she was like a lot more like put together, but I feel like it's like this kind of sleepy Valley Girl accent. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. I'm saying! Do they? Sure. What? You don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. That's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake. They just need to fuck already and it'll solve all of Morgan's issues. Well, it'll solve at least one of them, and that issue is that she needs to fuck Emma. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish and cowardly and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all of that? That? No. That part's just takes one to know one. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest that they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things that you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. What if Dexter was a lawyer? That's basically what's going on here. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? Also, does she have modded eyes? I think, like, because they change every so often, so I feel like maybe she has modded eyes. And then she also noted that Reyes was really sensitive to it. That's why she kept putting her eye patch back on. That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. Well, it's almost like she's enjoying herself. I mean, I can't lie. I don't blame Morgan at all. If I saw this bitch, like if I met this bitch and I was not in a situation where I could bang her, I would also go crazy and shoot up the block. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely! And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean that heartbreak's in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though, like maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta statistics analysis? Probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips in. Sorry, technical, I know, but all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionistic killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more, or sleep less but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So, no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media would have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I might as well try to enjoy the view. Good day. Oh, man. Who are you? Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Evil little bug. Programming by Patrick MCF. 3D modeling by Arenders. Environments by Patrick MCF. Arenders. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Kristen Hugh J. Oh my goodness, look at all that. Special thanks to Adrienne, Aldernix, Exuberant, Kill Jill VT, Matto, Man Monks. Special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, Our friends and family, you, the players. Aye! Made with Unity, Naninovel.tween, Pro Builder, Shapes. Of the Devil, Episode 0, and he shall appear. To be continued in... You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally... Oh man, they brought Twinks in! You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard, and the company will have you set for life, and after, too! I can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That Heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owned him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. An idle mind. Damn. Congratulations. You finished episode 0 with 26 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your higher score for episode 0. You also have 26 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit you finished this episode with. Oh, that's cute. How does that hair work? That's what I was thinking. Okay, so she has bangs in the front, and then she has this part in the back, and then she has like the little base here. That goes into this. Let's not try to figure it out. Claw clip. Ooh, her booty. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like her better without the streak in her hair. I think that the black look is really cute. Oh my god, this bitch is skinny. She got a big shoe. Oh, that's Carlos. Oh, fat boy. Yay, Emma! Emma's my favorite design in the game so far. I fucking adore her design. And her sprites are so good too. She's my favorite character so far. I'm a big fan of Reyes' short hair and 2 long streaks at either side of the front. Yeah, she's got the Ramona Flowers thing going on. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Heart fake killer. Look at her, she's in there. Android. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, she's the inverse of Morgan's colors. Oh. Uh-oh. What does that mean? What does that mean for me? For me, Morgan. Bonus scenarios? You're gonna interview me? Here? You did say I need to practice asking better questions. But right now? Because you said the police would be making us wait, so they feel more important for the next 20 minutes. Is there some more productive way we could spend that time? I was planning on napping. For 20 minutes? In the lobby of the police precinct? I could fall asleep anywhere. It's one of my many hidden talents. You gonna write all this down? Could you start with your name, for the record? Morgan. And your first name? You should know by now that no one calls me by my first name. That's something that you have control over. I wouldn't want to force the issue. How long has that been the case? As long as I care to remember. Then what did your parents call you? The tumor. That was a joke. Oh. Maybe we should have started you off with someone a little more your speed. Who better to start with than you? Someone who likes talking about themselves. You seem to talk about yourself as much as anyone else does. Or more. I tell people things about myself. It's different. Because you're lying? Now you're getting it. It's not very polite to lie. On the contrary, telling the truth is usually rude. I'm not sure that your clients would appreciate that sentiment. We're not talking about my clients, we're talking about manners. We were supposed to be talking about you. Look, the sooner you learn this, the better. When people ask how you are or what you've been up to, they're not looking for anything nearly so heavy as the truth. They're just following the template, and the polite thing to do is for you to follow the template as well. Here, let's practice. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Way too late. The whole point is to be on autopilot. Now you force them to grab the wheel, check their mirrors, and no one's ever grateful for the extra workload. You can be very cynical about these kinds of things at times. I'm just trying to tell you that people are fundamentally lazy. So if you want to be a social butterfly like me, try not to make them work too hard. Fundamentally lazy? Do you think people are fundamentally good too? Obviously. If they weren't, they wouldn't be so easy to trick. So, are you planning on answering any of my questions about yourself? I've still got time to kill. Fire away. Will you be honest? I wouldn't want to be rude. When is your birthday? Wait, you're not trying to guess my passwords, are you? I would never commit identity fraud. Not the worst way of going about it, actually. December 26th. That's almost Christmas. But almost Christmas means it's not Christmas. Ah, this is a reference to Ace Attorney. Your insights are always so original. Did you receive your presents on your birthday or on Christmas? What do you mean? Did you not celebrate Christmas in your family? We did. So did your parents give you presents on the 25th or on the 26th? Well, I got Christmas presents on Christmas, and I got birthday presents on my birthday. Obviously. Are all your questions going to be this strange? What is your favorite color? Are all your questions going to be this juvenile? If you prefer something weightier, do you volunteer? No. Do you donate? Yes. What causes do you donate towards? Endangered wildlife. What's with the face? It's on auto renewal. I just haven't canceled it yet. You've mentioned a mentor figure before. No way I ever called her a mentor. A busybody, maybe. World record holder for billable hours spent under the influence, perhaps? Or just, the cougar from hell? If she had rubbed off on me in any way, I'd have hives. I see. Is she a smoker? Lastly, do you know your 3 sizes? I do. Would you tell me? That's private. You value your privacy very highly, don't you? Or like everyone else doesn't value it enough. Water's rising, the world's getting smaller, literally. Less real estate to go around. And everything's connected to everything else. These days, just wanting some time or space to yourself is considered selfish, or worse. Only the guilty have something to hide. I don't like that phrase. Laws like the Mob Act have made it so anonymity and privacy are luxuries. Privilege is reserved for the privileged. And if anyone below that tax bracket tries to claw away a little bit of it for themselves, well, it can only be because they're guilty, right? Is that why you became a criminal defense attorney? To defend people's innocence? That's private. well, I'm gonna go back to the. I want to actually play the game, but I also want to see what the shop looks like. Hello, my evil queen. Oh wait, I just went to the exact same place. She got a bottle of Jack back there. I guess I can't find the. I guess I have to find the, like, directly in there. Whatever. Whatever. I don't care. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. The shop is on the phone. Oh, antibodies. Oops. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well. Minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way. You can turn high roller mode off at any time in the settings, but in order to turn it back on, you would have to restart this episode. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage save scumming, considering it enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. All right, you guys tell me if you want standard or high roller. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my dinner. Okay? Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. If you fuck up and lose a case, are you sent back to the start of the case, or do you get caught or some shit? Yeah, I'm wondering too. What is the if we fuck up in high roller, what happens? I imagine we just go back to the last save state. Yeah, I also have a feeling that high roller is the intended playstyle just because I guess that's how it would happen. Like, that's how you would deal with it, or that's how you would experience it, I should say. In real life. In high roller, you can't save during trial. Yeah. So, if I fuck up during the trial and I get a game over, do I get sent to the beginning? Hmm. Beginning of the trial. Huh. Hmm. Caffeinet Garana, thank you so much for the raid. You know what? Fuck it. We'll do high roller. Keep these on just in case. We'll do high roller. All right. We're playing as Morgan. We might as well play the way that Morgan intended it to be played. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope that you had a lovely stream. What were you up to? Give me a second while I stuff my face. I got pizza. Chatting and art, very slay. What kind of pizza? It is Papa John's. My art piece you requested last stream is on your Discord. You can check it out after episode 1. Okay. I don't know if you want me to critique or if you just wanted me to see it. No Little Caesars for paper this week? No. Oh, goodness. Ugh. And then they put crap in these fucking cheese sticks. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over. Figures you'd notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public. No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's the first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Hi. What would you have done? In your shoes, probably cursed them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Who are you people? Oh. Ooh. The ominous red. Glass him! Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area... Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice, or have us pinned down to our dental records before you can say we're Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you too, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it. Must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed, and the police are working to resolve the situation. Why did you take your helmet off? Put it back on. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of fatality may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So does the bleeding stop on its own, or... Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. You can't work the plier without Schwinn up on the roof, so... I don't know, take a load off, will you? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking. The small woman behind him, trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice that I don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days? His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh, now it's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm, while a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk her around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently this call can't wait, and it's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seem to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers, if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in the city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that thinks that they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else, you're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service! And, of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. Daisy, thanks for the follow. But I didn't come all the way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. Nah, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Sup? Desk personality setting 6, the cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? You know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see. You're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad. PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, it'd have to be at least small enough to... This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. But walking in here and asking for a very specific gun model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulder sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet, but they also have piss-poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder with insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force which slings a slug fast enough to mist a limb at over 30 meters. And it's safe. Of course, ma'am. My bad. 2-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All of those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who could dupe their toolset, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of a weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I've got time to kill. So is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Yeesh, would it kill you to clean up a little? I guess the desk kindly asking customers to not litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory. Really? They get a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here? Okay, hold on. And I better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12th out of 16 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Woof. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? the internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics Group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross posts on 90 different socials, translated into all 11 dominant languages, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at a severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on the grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged the following hacking attack as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? No, thank you. Seized a cache of vital keystone data files, ransom said files back to their lawful owners. De-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator impacted only their billing services. Market prices for rare earth metals surged. Okay. Lobo again, or someone using their name. I suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, as long as they're a genuine threat. And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for... It's not the first time Lobo's voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. There's some kind of news program playing on the TV screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. Breaking news story, we're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher has passed. What? Proprietary Advantage automated dependent management system along with the animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic or... No, they wouldn't risk fake news, but why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe. Trying to... Authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood? Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. Ugh. Pizza. The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy. Greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to the back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. I didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for a lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic, and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble, auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes, reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. The raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night when I was out screwing her? A phone call. Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood. Oh, fuck. What kind of voice should we have for her? She's clumsy. Oh, Morgan, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her. Hi, Jess. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have, duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just, with the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other Noble employees above her or the ladder would have to get axed, but... It's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I am so sorry you had to hear it from a stream, Chiron. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm gonna get, maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something... Suicide? And the police are already involved? They say it was some kind of poison or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess, whatever you need. Whatever you need? Bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. It's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry. It's not like that. Before he... She has asthma? No, please don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related, but he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often or more quickly than strictly necessary. And that's when only I have to worry about the police. With Noble looming all over this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan, thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, right? Do you? They're already doing the funeral? It's a bit quick. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges onto a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopy's always felt very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added onto, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. And it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little car sick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. Rip. Thank you for trying to be sincere. Older woman voice? Oh, okay. Worth a shot. Worth a shot. Ha ha ha. Older woman voice. What does an older woman sound like? We all have our strengths. God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, true, went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry, and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess this never sunk in. 'Cause apparently you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that owned their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all. Period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to fucking. Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got fucked deep into corporate intrigue. 'Cause I got caught up the life of Annie Life's 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. Lot of stress to vent. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide, 'cause I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So just don't expect them to play nice just 'cause Asher was your pal. My actual advice is get whatever you're owed. Then get out of there fast as fuck, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. Hey, make a funny joke. The funniest joke that I've ever seen or heard from was a guy called Octopimp. You asked. I mean it. Why would you redeem a language switch? We're playing a game. It's problematic. You can unfollow and refollow. True. I want you to read it in Spanish? Well, I'm not going to. Mods, give them back their points if you can. If you can't, then they're shit out of luck. Yeah, refund and pause. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony when the body's sent out to sea on a boat. Then, they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should've worked smarter. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Xmas party. Oh damn, she is a MILF. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan? Something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. Got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. all reined in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there. It's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use the time to try and find my footing. Heartbreaking. Morgan's mentor probably watched Skibbity Toilet. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about... I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. Is that bloody? Oh god, no. Not that kind of mess. I just mean with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers, each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very, it's a very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night. They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how you left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they kept it under wraps that long. I know that there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it leaking from over 12 hours? That seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Sorry, I'm eating a delicious piece of cake. It seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So, you found out last night, right? Last night? Oh, God. I'm so sorry. I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really? It's all right. Did you see anything? No, I actually still haven't seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seem pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 p.m. Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silent mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Sent my last blot at 9:13. See? Gonna expire. Whoever put me in heels this morning, it me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I'd guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30. I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in the bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics' lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason? Or hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh. Well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? That's just what we call the company dorms back then, on account of all the... well, all the people. Ah. Plus, it was underground. Ah. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I'd won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Asher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday. Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... We still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right. Thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something. Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he had this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it. Well, I say it's safe. I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have whatever was inside. Right. Yeah, he was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If he wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. I saw that headline, by the way. The one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know. Maybe upper management's never happy because they're still just treading sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped, but a big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving stuff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when we met he had already decided? It's not healthy to speculate on that kind of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe it's too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright eerie in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle around at the edges of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? Well, there's always been people with strong feelings about our products. Androids stepped forward into the mob, gently firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part, I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit, actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance that we could just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? And my request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene? If it's not technically a crime? Good night. Have a good sleep. I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse's basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk into his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we can do all of that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him... Hey, ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we'll be able to maintain... Huh, you're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why? You miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Jess Starling, meet homicide detective Quessim London. Quessim? It's a pleasure, miss. Or Cassim? Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work. Oh, Cassim. Cassim. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. You're practically blood. Oh, wow, me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? No, nothing wrong. But as close as we are, I just can't let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules, so there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition, though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. The guy gets a bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict? You two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us some... That's all right, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? You aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, Detective. All right, why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions. Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here anyway? Since this morning. But civilized folk don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if he got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I could sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation. As far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details, no, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective. Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash. Yeah, you're well, sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other, sharing your toys? Some of the younger ones are bristling. But I always play well with others, Counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? They've given us access. And they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top of the line coverage, top to bottom of the building. Thanks for the follow. The size of the data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that this was intentional. Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they give you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you their full spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to a building's net, but that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I'd heard the rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true. Asher never really owned a single android? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was a genius who programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, I'd just be... His own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means that all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. David was one of the biggest names of tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people feel that way, sure. So, do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. We at Noble are aware that our products sometimes are the subject of heated debate, but no need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that, ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless, because unlike us, they're all insured. And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right! Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done right here at home. Thank you for the follow. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Alright. Now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here, but we really do have a lot on our hands in this moment. So I'm gonna have to ask you to be discreet, and ideally fast. Well, our business is just in the basement, David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor, the roof. So its basement would be second to last floor, if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go to into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll just go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. The kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, and an escort like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yeah, he's... Lead the way, detective. True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones through the checkpoints and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside, and its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail having led them here for half reasons they couldn't put into words, even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The Misunderstood Genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention or the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead. This is what? His laboratory? His shop, he called it. How down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never... But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this... He must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. What, you want me to step out? You won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. At least she's already wearing gloves. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Oh! Look, if David has something to give to me, we can go get it. Thanks for the follow. EXO. We can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it. Understand? Of course. Great. After you. Right. Quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but... Caught myself. I'm okay. I'm okay. But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise, always claimed that he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine, said he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still... Morgan? What's up? You're smiling. What's so funny? Nothing. Just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple of contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know that marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But her guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Is that the vault over there then? Yeah, it stands out, I guess. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps mostly, so... Aren't you gonna open it? Open it. Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh, no, 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 he didn't tell you or give you a code or... He gave me the code to get into the building and the parking garage, but not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Sounds good. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys Basics Sturdicure anti-hack, anti-digital, high-rated code panel. Fuck. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Slim chances, but what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot? Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that could work. Forget it. It's a different terminal over here. Maybe it controls the whole room? Damn, it's password protected too, and the code's 64 digits long! What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egg-headed... Okay, yeah. A programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. Guess it's the 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in his safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games, and he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me... That's cute. I don't mind going on another round. This must be his spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here. And a lot of bottom shelf swill. Kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. David's wine collection still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like this stuff. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. But not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's the mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Murder Camp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year that they were bottled. Not the month or the day. It's not enough digits for the code. It's a very big painting. And it's a impressionist? No, cubicle. Which is still incorrect. Cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. If there is a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche amongst the cubicleists? $11.25.58. Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with his stylist, David would be downright scrawny. I mean, he is scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on weights could be a clue. There's too many and I can't guess the order. So what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? Oh, this flooring's a new addition. It looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you drag your feet on at the gym or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation and left a defect in. That, or David left the jackhammer on overnight. Alright, I've searched the whole room now. Time to make a break. Oh fuck, I don't remember what it was. Shit. It's 11:25:58. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't believe I remembered that! Holy shit! A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morganite! What? How'd you get it to open? What is that? I turn back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl with a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such, and yet even standing this close I could swear it's snoring? I step forward and place the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17? Or 18? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from Black Gemini cultures, but sorry, I misspoke. Right. Understandable since, You seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Warm androids like this one? I mean, we have. Sorry, it's just this particular model is very, it's very cutting edge. Bleeding edge, judging by the flush in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we turn it around, or... I poke the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity's remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right. Androids are mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out that they're a bit heavier than they look. Hello, raiders! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid! Hello! I hope that you had a lovely stream. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap. First the vault, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch could be child's play. Aye! And I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm gonna step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, sure. There's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. It might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files. Oh yeah, of course! All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry-standard files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual. But it can't hurt for her to try, and... I'm okay! Broke a heel, but I'm okay. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Alright, see ya, Angel. Thanks for the raid. Now then, if I were David and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? Haven't seen one since college, but this must be a 3D printer of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username? Vocal commands? David Asher? Morgan? Guest? Thank you for logging in as a guest. It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. Do you have a question? More than one. For now, though, what should I search for on this computer? Search files for basement. 812 results on the local drive. Should I expand the search? Auditing how he renovated his basement could take all day. Search files for Android. 60,000 results and counting. Yeah, okay. David would have a lot of files in Androids. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on the local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. But I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight? Alright, buddy. Little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints? Now, why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from like a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit imitations, but androids are expected to look like people and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, and you got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine, anyway. These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything, typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of what it'd take to turn on this android. I've got the what for the where and the how. I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Morgan! There you are! I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. There's a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yeah, but an android without the proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-referenced with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now, where to find the lock? The nose? I guess it's not impossible. Morgan. Are you really gonna stick your thumb up its nose? No, I'm not. If it takes something that silly to boot it up, I don't even want it anymore. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger there. Oh, that's still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Oh, cute. Hello. I have never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan. Last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last... Father told me about you. Aw, he did. Wait, Father? David. You had it call you Daddy? I am referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me, transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did... Mostly correct. Right. And what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Asher tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message that you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure. Sorry, I'll give you two... I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab and take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes, thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on, and he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? I model this lifelike with warmth in its and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyway? You forgot my name already. It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No, should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I mean, do you know why you were created? Why you were born? Why? Why me? Why are you doing this? You're a freak, a monster. What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please, why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? I guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Father's framework for programming linguistics and artificial systems, and the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, an international Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created? Why you exist? Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me? I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you were a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice, sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. Uh-huh. Do you also, now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. 0 for 2 on answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying that if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any IDs of any designer? You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own house? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's got to be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. But where does all that extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the wind out of her sails. My muscles are made out of adapted rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past. Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure what grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised. Controlled spring-tight strength and flexibility like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it's never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon, if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about if you'd like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful, and there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settled this thing's a weapon, sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy? I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design, refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea, not sure what to do with it, stick it in the pincushion. It's as good as an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding to their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? That word you call me? What's that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why'd David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then. Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? See him? No, I wouldn't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them and not... The police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me... Look, Sarah. I'm... sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot. So don't try to lecture me about grief, spearmint. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me, and he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job, and I have mine. If I stick my nose in their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle, but what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone. So now it is between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I, you and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew that he had gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or to rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you will prove that Father did not... I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. And where do we start? I didn't realize that you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I am far from useless. The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all in this. And I am also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. I guess that'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? Damn, this fucking twink just dropped off this child on my doorstep and was like, all right, have fun. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure that they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am, she's right over here. Oh. It's you. Oh, it's you. Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide, she's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait, what are you doing here? I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me! Whoa! Oh, Legion of Corn, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. That's really sweet of you. It's very, very sweet of you. Thank you very much. I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous... Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am! Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other shoot they got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient, isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded it was suicide. Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No. Not the trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality, assuming the courts aren't busy that day, I'm afraid that on this occasion, I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I am also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent. That is, that in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline? No, wait, seriously? Your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I heard Kaguya's on tour, detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-old. Hey! Feels like we're getting off topic, but were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence. But the adjutant would render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What is she getting at? If the court agrees that this was a suicide, the verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like whether he was in his right mind or not? You know anything about estate tax law, detective? No? But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money. I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Oh, well, when you take into consideration all the other factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is, while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up being acquired by the government, Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say, there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this. And they're not gonna let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes by the end of the day, the whole country's going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now, the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date. Oh my god, we're dating. Detective, would you get her clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know that you care. I live to serve. And protect. Whew. Thanks for the assist, Starling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that, or are they just more like the Detective London gentleman? They're mostly like that, yeah. They're all that intense? Yeah, it comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right. Well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered? Wait, she's doing the same thing that I'm doing. She's doing the same like face and the hand gesture. That's cute. She's copying me. That's so adorable. I love that. Among other things, either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash the paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than to ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for? You were Father's friend. Thank you, again, for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who would want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year. A musician. Now that you mention it, there was a P.O. something that David may have mentioned when we talked back in... I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, don't I? No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Time and date expunged. And who would you even have called? But I still should have got my phone calls. Instead, I got you. Vegan. My latest guardian, new foster parent. Want me to call you mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Ayo, we might actually get along. So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pigs, skipping school is a felony now. Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a long time. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even have known they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up on the black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything that wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So, if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. Oh, no. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. So, what's the good news then? The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell, that doesn't count as good news. It's just the thing that you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So, how good are you at your job? Allô, mon cure. It's pronounced cure. I know how it's pronounced. And don't call me that. When I met Fran in that police station, I couldn't help but bet that I'd landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning? No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. What do you want, Red? I can't call you up just for fun. Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I've got homework. We both know it. The only time that you ever do your homework is during the class that it's due. And I've got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. And I got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Cucci and Air Jordan vintage reps, Fran. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block. So yeah, sorry, but I'm busy, so... I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top... Huh? I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh yeah? They've been really into the self-prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. Oh. And he thinks you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of fine, I got it. I need you to find a local musician. Musician? Knowing you, this will be some electro swing or some other awful... Last name Powell or Parker? And that's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circles. Wait, Asher? You're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally. Within the... You know, I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you? On time? A musician. Find him. Okay. Vibes. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we...
Hey.
Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course. Father was... Yeah, I know you want to. But why should I let you? Because I am capable and helpful. Uh-huh. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting them to torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. You coming? Right away! Alright, people who have played this game, how far into episode 1 am I right now? Not that far? Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save here. And then we'll finish it tomorrow. Less than half? Well, that's good. That's fine. Then we'll come back to it tomorrow. Because I want to have enough that I can spread it between the 2 days. I feel like that's a good... That's a good, like, amount. Oh, damn. She's pretty heavy. So she's the one that's filling all of these out. That's cute. Martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Why collarbones? That's very specific. Seems like a promising detective games so far. Might take more than 2 days by the sounds of things. Well, this is the only episode that's out so far. The second one's not out yet. Has anyone scanned her barcode? No, I haven't. Oh my god, why does she look like that? Perfect. Do you guys want to have Morgan, or do you guys want to have Sarah? Sarah? Morgan time. Morgan? Or Morgan all over the place. All right, well. Morgan feels narcissistic. Well, she is a serial killer. The one who looks the most like they could be one of your OCs, that probably would be Morgan. I like watching it sway. Just because you kill multiple times doesn't mean that you're a bad person. The musician is kind of Avery coded. Oh fuck, I didn't realize that there was an Emma one. I think that is the musician the guy with the dreads that we saw in the ending there. Yeah, I thought so. Oh man, but this is really fun though. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. I want to pay the devs to, because I want to suggest a keychain. I feel like that would be really good. I don't know if they did like a Kickstarter or something, but I feel like that would be a really good thing for like a Kickstarter, like a supporter thing or something like that. It is super neat. Yeah, we'll finish it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow since I'm pretty far into the stream by now, and you know, it's a little bit early of an end, but it's you know, it works, I guess. Wait, why am I? What? Oh fuck! It's over here. Fix that. But yeah, I had a fun time. I had a good time with you guys. But we'll be back tomorrow. Fuck me. Oh man, yeah, that was so fucking cool. Okay. Well, Matara is on right now, and I don't really get to raid her very often, so we're gonna raid her. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the last stream of the week. We'll finish Of the Devil, and then maybe we'll boot up some other game in the interim, because I know that we're definitely gonna have some time afterwards. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for sticking around and watching me play Of the Devil. We'll finish it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow, or we'll finish this episode tomorrow, and then we'll keep an eye out for future episodes that come out too. So yeah, yippee, wahoo! Oof, my tummy hurt. Too much pizza. Oof. Gah.